So I forgot to start up VC Face. Give me 1 second, guys, and you'll see me. Sorry about that. I was just that excited to get in here and hang out with everybody. I hope everyone's doing well tonight. There we go. Hi, everyone. All right, let's load this up. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Saturday. All right, let's get ourselves logged in. All right, we're just waiting for our login queue. Go ahead and take off my boots. All right. Yay, we're logging in. Do 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 do. All right. My feet. All right. And we're do do do. The Lord Commander is within. Pray proceed. Colony survival games? Give me an example, Mikey. And how are you doing tonight? Hi, Mikey.
What was it that you wished to discuss?
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities. I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity.
Never played any of them.
Quite the opposite. The statute specifies
Is it kind of like a SimCity type thing?
As a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new archbishop.
Oh no, yeah, no overworking yourself, Mikey. You hear me? No. We cannot have a hurting Mikey.
Perhaps I did not expect you to divulge quite so much quite so soon. The details
Well,
of the
feel
Archbishop's
better.
plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
So what do you think of the hand tracking with the sensor now on my chest? It's a lot better, isn't it?
I too had concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited. Mayhap I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence? After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed. The time for deception has passed.
Interesting. Thank you.
I only wish the people agreed. That some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many. And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number questioned our methods.
And to think once the new card comes,
It will not be long before some turn to
everything will be smoother. Our frame rate on the stream, this interaction, all of it will be smoother.
It has already begun, and that on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the broom. Hilda and her people have formed a watch to help us maintain order. But such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
For all our talk of peace, the people remain frightened and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how much more full and rich my voice sounds with this microphone. How it gives my actual, I hate to put it this way, my actual presence to my voice in the stream.
We wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Trine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Yay! And the thing is, I don't even have, I'm actually peaking. I need to turn it down on my end. It's going too high on the meter. So I actually need to turn it down to about there. Actually, let's see. There we go. About there. Just so I'm not maxing out the meter. Because when I get really loud, I don't want it to sound crackly or distorted. So that's about the level it's going to be at now, is right there.
Annex Trine? You would speak with Vidofnir then?
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
Let's open a dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader that she might visit us here in Ishgard.
So we're going to have to just work on fine-tuning it over the next few streams and all that.
Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead. Will you do us this favor?
I'll have to take a look at Frostpunk. I might have to put off purchasing any new games for a little bit. Just because I've been helping make sure bills get paid with my pay, so...
Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
In the wake of the Archbishop's fall, the nation of Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its
Nice.
very
I think
core.
there's a sale coming up from the little bit of rumors and whispers I've heard.
For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers.
This is one of those mics where it's actually much better to be really close to it. I literally have it that if I get any more of a beard growing besides the stubble I have, it will be rubbing on the windscreen. It's just off the corner of my mouth right now.
And what then for those whom they defamed, but
So I don't have to project that much. You actually get more of my natural tone, my natural speaking voice.
a tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony, then as distant as the very stars in the heavens.
Yeah, so I'm not even talking that loud. I'm talking just in my normal volume.
Yet while we dared to hope, deep within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength. Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon, prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I like it's much more relaxed for me. Yeah, I paid, what was it? Our Hulu for my Humble Bundle, and I put in an order for G Fuel because we were pretty much out. Got a couple new flavors this time. I got a iced vanilla coffee flavor, and I got the Resident Evil Village Maiden's Blood flavor. The Maiden's Blood is lychee, watermelon, and pear. I know little of the lands these dragons call home. This annexed shrine, had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would seem a far more daunting prospect. I confess, I myself once shuddered at the thought of it. Yet even the longest journey begins with the first step, does it not? But ere we set forth, Cornell and I must needs inform our comrade of our plans. Never tried G Fuel. I'm not into drinks like that very much, but they have some cool sounding flavors. The nice thing with G Fuel, now keep in mind, I'm hypoglycemic, so I gotta be careful what caffeine is. I also have a slightly lapsed valve in my heart, so if I drink too much caffeine, that buckles and I'm in pain. And I can't do much as far as sugar because of my hypoglycemia. You know, it sends me way up and then I'll crash. This doesn't do that at all. The sugar that's in it is an alcohol-based sugar, so it causes no glycemic reaction. And the all the energy-based stuff is based upon like a little bit of taurine, but for the majority of the part, it's all antioxidant and vitamins from fruit seed extracts. And you've seen how big of a cup I drink of the stuff, and that's 1 scoop of it, and that has equal caffeine to a single 8-ounce cup of coffee. Very well, I shall see to my preparations. Then let us go and bid farewell to Totteru, Cornell. Yeah, I would recommend trying one of their sample packs. They can send you a 1 serving sample of like, I think it's 6 different flavors, and then you can decide what flavors you want to try from there. It is a little expensive. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, if you feel adventurous, I suggest trying a sample pack and then trying some that I might recommend if you end up liking the product. Because it's about $35 per tin, or not tin, but per container. And that container has 40 servings in it. So, what was your secret meeting all about? I'm all ears. diplomatic mission to annex Trine, you say? Well, I suppose that does take precedence. But should your meeting with Vidnafir happen to end early, you might consider rendezvousing with Stola in Idleshire. She'll be there to receive our guest. Don't get me wrong, your meeting with the dragons is terribly important and everything, but this scholar just happens to be. Time permitting, as I said. We shall endeavor to join you, Stola, but if we cannot, pray pass on our regards. Let us be off, Cornell. We have kept the first commander waiting long enough. You are ready then? Good. So am I. The path is long but known to us. From Falcon's Nest we shall cross the Western Highlands and make for Tailfeather in the Dravanian Forelands. There we can stop to rest and replenish our supplies. Questions? If not, then the stables await. Still doesn't like when I take a drink of something. Shockingly yummy drinks? Nani? I always imagined that the first time I set foot upon Dravanian soil would be at the head of an army, and here I am, ready to treat with the brothers and sisters of mine enemies. Full well do I know how difficult it can be to set aside the past. Though it was I who first proposed recruiting Ysael to our cause, I questioned the wisdom of my words almost soon as I had uttered them, and for a long time after that. That's awesome. Here was a woman with the blood of innocence on her hands. Men, women, children, all slain in the name of the implacable Lady Iceheart. Yet she acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in common cause. At our side she fought in service of that greater good, even unto her dying breath. And while that does not absolve her of her sins, I hope that one day she will be remembered not merely as a heretic, but as misguided soul who dreamt of peace. You ask much, Master Alphino, yet who can say what might come to pass, should our negotiations bear fruit? Yes, of course. We must press on to annex Trine. If you will follow me. Yeah, that little dragon that's been following me around, Mikey, turned into that last night. Yeah, it is cool. Thou art ever welcome here, friend of Ysael. But this one I do not know. Pray forgive this unannounced visit, Vidopinir. May I present to you Lucia, first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, and our trusted friend. It is an honor to meet you, Vidopinir. I am come as an envoy of Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and acting leader of the Holy See. Indeed, you may speak, knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon have been locked in an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow. To our shame, we long believed your kin to be the architects of this war. But now we know the truth, that King Thordan and his knights 12 did willfully betray and murder the great worm Radaskar, shattering the peace between our peoples. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, a truth which was at last laid bare by the Warrior of Light, the Azure Dragoon, and Ysael. Alas, a deception so intricately wrought cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labor to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare to dream that peace could at last be within our grasp? Yet dream we must, as Ysael once did. And we must make that dream a reality as she could not. We humbly beseech you, Vidopinir, join hands with us in friendship once more, before the eyes of my people in Ishgard. Most unexpected invitation. I have heard your request, knight. However, I cannot yet give you mine answer. May I ask why? This matter concerneth me, my sire. He must needs be consulted. Moreover, the Nath grow bold, even as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm. Then we will wait. After 1,000 years at war, we shall not give up on peace for want of patience. Ha! Fear not, knight. Thou shalt have my answer within thy lifetime. So soon? My humble thanks. I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith, until we meet again. They've established for the dragons our lifetimes. I just touched the sensor, which probably smudged it. Our lifetimes are nothing. A blink of the eye to them. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. To be frank, I'm surprised our proposal was not rejected outright. Whether aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. Mayhap I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. But you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fears for me now. Well, if you have no further need of our services, we shall continue on to Charlene. We hope to welcome a scholar who has agreed to aid us in the search for our missing comrades. Then I pray your journey is as swift and uneventful as ours was, and thank you again for sparing the time to assist us, even when such grave matters remain unresolved. I can think of no graver matter than a 1,000-year war, one which our friends gave their lives to see ended. Suffice it to say, I would willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure that their sacrifice was not in vain. Of that I have no doubt, Master Alphino. I only hope the fates will not hold you to your word. So, it would seem we have time to greet the scholar after all. How delightful. I shall be interested to hear how she means to go about finding Menphilia and Thrancid. I can only assume she is privy to some new investigative technique. In any event, our first order of business is to rendezvous with Stola in Idleshire. I'm actually going to turn the microphone down to about 30% and then turn up my gain here. And just turn back up to about 50%. Let me know how that sounds. Good. I turned it down to about 30% and then raised the gain on the on OBS, and then turned my gain on my mixer back up to 50%. The lower the gain I can have on the mixer, the less likely that we will get any preamp noise or hum. As well as could be expected, you must discuss Sir Emmerich's proposal with his Frelgar, of course, but she seemed amenable to the suggestion. What of our Chilean guest? Has she arrived yet? She has, but when I explained that you would be joining us, she asked if she might use the intervening time to explore. I agreed to meet her outside on Front Bridge. We should be on our way. What is running in the background that's causing me so much frame drop? Yep. I knew it. My tracker notification in my taskbar is yellow, and it says, "Smudge detected, please clean." It can literally detect when there's a smudge on this thing. I'm gonna have to buy more lens wipes. Oh, that's why we're having some trouble to game tonight. I guess there's a Windows update. It's cutting in and out. Alright, let me turn it back up a little bit. Let me know how that is. That should be better.
I'm terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Recognize that voice actor. Good.
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves. Pray, allow me to introduce Kryle, who has recently come from the Charlian motherland. She has generously offered to assist us.
Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue. You must be the Warrior of Light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, sir.
Hmm. Yeah, that voice is really familiar.
Spy, but young Alpha No Levieux himself. I dare say someone's grown an ilm or two in my absence. Or are those lifts in your boots?
Miss Kryle and I met at the studium years ago. I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
It was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies. Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
Thank you, Kryle.
For what? I haven't finished yet. Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
Mayhap we should save this delightful conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking.
There is a history there I want to know about.
Right, on to more pressing matters. Finding Minfilia and the other missing scions.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea. Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Then what are you waiting for?
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best you explain your plan to her in person.
Let's go see Matoya. Which is funny, if you were here for my Final Fantasy 1 stream, Matoya is a reference to a character in Final Fantasy 1. And so is the name Garland, or Garlemald and all that. It's a reference to the very first bad guy you fight in Final Fantasy 1. This microphone would be a good one for recording stuff like creepypastas and stuff like that. Guided meditations and all that kind of stuff. You did say we were headed for a cave, did you not? But I certainly don't see a cave nearby. Is Master Matoya meeting us on the way or something? I have heard many stories of Master Matoya. Some quite flattering, others less so. Rest assured, they all are true. This way. And have care where you tread. Yep. Record a few before I leave for the trip and post them to the podcast while I'm gone. In fact, this music right here is from Final Fantasy 1.
Is that trouble I smell? Or did you forget to wipe your boots on the way in?
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To the detriment of your manners. Well, out with it then. What do you want?
Pray, allow me to introduce myself, Master Matoya. I am Kryl, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
Baldessian, you say? Ah, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Regrettably, our order's headquarters and the isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power. I have the blessing of light to thank for my own preservation.
Kryl, you too possess the Echo.
Well, yes, of course I do. Our order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. It was in the course of these studies that I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
I had no idea.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
Yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the signs of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found. You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing scions.
And there I was, thinking you might want to make use of my years of experience. Oh, wait here.
So Tally started making...
The nature of this crystal and its familiar radiance. But never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
On the cusp of an umbral calamity, souls blessed with the power of the Echo invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light. But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal,
Yeah,
born of an earlier era,
cut out because I stopped talking to listen to this.
far greater than those of this age.
You could travel the length and breadth of the land and not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence even. the traces of which served to guide the elementals to Y'shtola. Far-fetched though it may sound, I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
Well, the poor sod's not going to find himself. So, as long as you don't drop it or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
Thank you, Master Matoya.
Tally started on the kids' Halloween costumes this year. She's making them.
Then let us begin.
Lynn wants to be Link, so she's making a Master Sword and Hylian shield from Breath of the Wild. And Tallulah wants to be Risky Boots from Shantae Half Genie Hero. It is.
From the Black Shroud, the trail continues to the north and west, towards a mountain, the foot of Som Al. It was a near thing, but he was not deposited within the rock. I think.
The hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
Did I tell you what outfits Tally and I are going to do for our Disney-bound outfits for our trip in October? Or do you know what Disney-bound is? Alright, Disney-bound is when you go to Disneyland or World, but you're not allowed to go in cosplay. For obvious reasons and rules. So, what fans have developed is a way to go in costume, but wearing everyday clothes. And it's called Disney Bound. To find myself in an unfamiliar wilderness, my first instinct would be to seek out signs of civilization. Ordinarily, perhaps, but in his wounded state, he may not have wished to risk contact with strangers of an unknown allegiance. Yet, even had Thancred chosen to remain in the forest, the hunters would surely have stumbled across his trail. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost, though. Merchants and traders pass through reasonably regularly, do they not? In which case, we'll need to provide a more detailed description when we question the locals. Fear not, Curiel, I have already prepared several sketches of Thancred for that very purpose. This is impressive. You drew him from memory? A skill I acquired some years ago for reasons I no longer remember. Suppose we split into two pairs. Y'shtola and I will inquire at the outlying encampments, while Cornell and Creel question the residents of Tailfeather afterwards. We shall regroup near Ostvath and share our findings. You're welcome. Assuming there are no objections, let us be about it. So, Tally is going to go as Gadget from Rescue Rangers. And I'm going to go as Dale. I've got the Hawaiian shirt and brown shorts. My, he certainly has matured, hasn't he? Hard to imagine he was once a boy who practiced drawing for hours to impress young ladies. Anyway, we had best get started. Find me when you've finished making your rounds. Searching for a friend of yours. Let's have a look then. I will. No, ain't seen him around, sorry. What's that you've got there? A sketch? Can't say I know the face. You say he's something of a warrior? I heard tell the other day about a Huron vagabond who brought down a bandersnatch by himself, and with style. Way they tell it, he was dancing with the beast like it was the bell of the bleeding ball. Sound like your man? That does sound like Thancred. Syrian man? Not exactly rare, you know. Could you be more specific? Did spy this one bloke a while back. Didn't get a good look at his face, but it could have been him. This was beyond the forest, as I recall, along the river to the west of Tailfeather. I remember thinking he wasn't much of a hunter. The lad was making no effort to cover his tracks, see? That, and he was carrying an axe instead of a bow. How are you tonight, Mini-Me? Finished? In that case, I think we've learned everything we can here. Let's see what the others have found out. Sorry the game's so jumpy tonight. I didn't realize I had a Windows update that I needed to download or install. Good to hear, Mini-Me. My apologies for our late arrival. We thought it wise to question as many hunters as we could. May have made camp in inaccessible locations ideal for hunting game, not for receiving visitors. Nevertheless, our time proved well spent. There have been countless sightings of an exceptionally capable Huron hunter with whom no one is familiar. Though none chanced to see the man's face, his height and build matched Thancred's description, as does his fighting prowess. So you have heard the same tales. Be that as it may, we yet want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this is unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a Vath trader. He came to Tailfeather in search of garments fit for a man of refinement, which seemed a rather curious description for one of his kind. Alright, Mikey, we'll see you in a moment. Hurry back. You are implying that Rancid sent a Voth to market in his stead? Why would he not go himself? Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the live stream as naked as your name day. It is a scene I shall never forget. Is it now? Well, I was pleased to see you. I mean, it was a simple statement of fact. It stands to reason Rancid found himself in the same predicament. In any case, if he had dealings with the Vath, they should be able to tell us, no? Quite right. Creel, quite right. Well, what are we waiting for? For all we know, Thrankard could be waiting for us in Loth Astvoth. We must go and see if the Voth right away. Come along, everyone. Come along. Great hunters, we welcome you once more to Loth Astvoth. What do you seek this day? We seek a man with whom we were told you may have had certain dealings. How curious, the hunters tire of godly sport and pursue mortal prey. No, he is not prey, but a friend long missing. Good, he is a friend to the Voth as well. One with whom we have traded many times. Truly. Are you quite certain it was this man? There is no doubt. The fleshling clothed in skins came to us from some all. Lost and weak, he offered meat and hides in trade. In exchange, we tended his wounds. He brought us much flesh, so skilled a hunter he was. Much flesh when he asked for garments, we were glad to provide him. Where is he now? Gone to Loth Astvoth not long ago, when he heard the One Mind had summoned our god once more. Ravana has returned? Vidifnir did say the Nath had grown as before, but what could Thrankard hope to accomplish by himself? Honored Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay this kindness ere we depart, but we must hasten to our comrade's side. Go, great hunters, lest the Noth claim him as sacrifice. Hope you guys don't mind me actually making the clicking sounds for the speech pattern. Take them out.
Who else could be? Thancred. It could be Thancred. We must hurry.
That is not Thancred. Those are the Warriors of Darkness. They look like the Warriors of Light from the cinematics.
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Ascians forever.
Hey, Moon Moochie, how you doing tonight?
Heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
We can and we will, Ascian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not.
Good to hear. I'm doing good today. Not as sleepy as I was yesterday. Though I think that was my own fault yesterday, because I gave the kids one of those a portion of a sleepy gummy, and I ate half of it.
It's a wonder you didn't come sooner, what with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
I'm glad you made a friend. Good. I'm glad. Thancred is missing an eye. And has a goatee now. It's nice to get compliments.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt. But so be it. Mark well our faces, warrior of light. For we are the warriors of darkness. Walkers of a different path. And we shall meet again.
Warriors of Darkness? Really?
I'm very happy that you had a great time. And cosplay is a lot of fun.
Thancred, are you all right?
Pleasantries can wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. Waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
Nice, congratulations.
My appetite for the dramatic.
Katanas are awesome.
Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then, had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness,
You're welcome.
I would have thanked you in advance.
Thancred.
If
Nice.
nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the live stream in the altogether. Eventually, I managed to fashion knives from some obsidian I found,
Wow.
and set about hunting for meat and hides. Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
What cosplay did you do today, and what cosplay is it for?
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke.
If I may
Description
ask.
which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement. From them, I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more.
Interesting. That's cool that it's an original.
It seemed a reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed warriors of darkness. 'Tis
Cool.
only fitting that they stand in opposition to the warrior of light, I suppose.
I glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and Primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
Corsets are neat. Good. Actual steel boning? Blessed with the power of the echo and driven to put down primals, despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely we would have heard rumors and attempted to recruit them to our cause. Very cool. I recall no such adventurers, and I would soon forget their like, nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates, which is how Tancred found Cornell. Wow. Ah, the memories. It seems like only yesterday that you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time that band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labor to believe that a band of preternaturally gifted adventurers has been traveling the land slaying primals without our knowledge. It would imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation will avail us not. There is far too much we do not know. For the present, we must needs concentrate on what we do know, namely that Lord Ravana is no more. Bitterfenir must be informed. The news may render her more receptive to Sir Emmerich's invitation. Since you seem to have affairs here well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a stinking headache. If you have need of me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance with searching for Minfilia. Wait, Minfilia is missing? I thought she escaped with Cornell. I shall explain the road. Much has happened in your absence. Oh, I'm back in Annex Tiern. Nice. Thank you, game, for teleporting me right back here. Wait, so are you watching the stream from the from where you're staying at the convention, or is the convention close enough you get to go back home each day? I actually have a friend out at a convention right now. Nice. Yeah, a buddy of mine is at Steel City Con this weekend. Cool. I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. That's awesome. I used to live in Pittsburgh. Oh my gosh. I went to college in Pittsburgh at the Art Institute when it was still open. I used to live on the north side at Allegheny Center. That's actually where my wife and I met, was at the Art Institute of Pittsburgh. Yep. I worked at George Romero's Fright Nights, or Fright Fest, at the Chevy Amphitheater as one of the scare actors. I had not thought to see thee again, so the part. I read that. My thanks, Veneer. But it was not for her that we came. We bring good tidings for you and yours. Lord Ravana, who had been summoned by the Gnath, has been again laid low. It is. I was there in, 2004 to 2005? Truly, once more you mortals have succeeded where mine own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another. Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding the Ishgardian's invitation, as promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years have I mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge a peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot, until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth she wrapped herself in a dream, yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth she fought, for justice she sinned, for redemption she sacrificed and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, be it for weal or be it for woe, such is the folly and the glory of man and of dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you who walk in the light. Then you accept Sir Emmerich's invitation. Let it be known that I, Vidofenir, shall journey unto Ishgard on behalf of my people. We are honored to receive your answer, and will convey your words to our allies without delay. Happening, Ysael. Would that you were here to see it. Oh wow. I bet it was. It's been a while since I've been to a convention.
Even as the Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honorable men plotted to deprive them of another.
He's going to try and stab him.
Honorable men, to whom Sir Emmerich was no hero, but a scheming patricide.
Well, congratulations on enjoying your convention.
Who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood. Honorable men, whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
Welcome. Alright, before I do this next part of the quest, actually I'm going to look at what this person has, see if they have anything for me at the Sundry Supplies. Yeah, I got some new gear. That's going to change my... No, it didn't change my glamour. That's awesome. Alright, I'm going to have to do some, ¿cómo se llama? Roulettes. Right, let us not keep Sir Emmerich waiting. Are you quite well, Thrankard? Yes, quite well. Forgive me. You have given me rather a lot to digest. This whole affair with the Ishgardians and the Dravanians, and our friends nowhere to be found. 'Twould seem there is no end to our troubles. We can but face them head on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks, and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thrankard, we found you as they found me, In time, we will find Ida, Papalumo, and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we will look back on together. You misunderstand. It did not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wish that I had rejoined our grand adventure at one of its more triumphal moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough, and you may rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt. I know you will. So then, to the nation. Alright. Be right back. I'm going to go refill my drink. And I'll probably queue up for a roulette and continue on my quest line. So be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you. That's fast. Oh no. That's not good. Oh. Do you have any cortisone cream or lotion? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, if you're not going anywhere tomorrow, I would suggest trying to get some cortisone cream. That could help a little bit in the meantime. I need to get my first tattoo still. I have the design and everything, I just need to get the money put together to go get it done. Well, if worse comes to worse, you can make a quick trip to your closest CVS or something like that, and they usually carry a cortisone cream, which should help with the itching. If it does better by morning. Gotcha. That's awesome. An old friend of mine from college actually owns a tattoo parlor out there in Pittsburgh. Wild Child Tattoo. Yep. Sarah Miller. She was a finalist on Ink Master one season. Well, hopefully in the future, a shop will be in the cards again. You never know what the future holds, and it's always good to be positive. Fair enough. I want to get a Legend of Zelda band around my arm. Oh my goodness, I'm glad to hear that she's okay after the accident now. I'm sure that was a long road to recovery. And I hope she continues to recover. Gotcha. cool. I respect the art style. It is amazingly beautiful, truthfully. And, you know, hopefully they help you get it, or they help you with it when the time is right. Sweet. Well, still, that's awesome that she's helping you and that you're getting them done. That's good. The most I have is an interest in getting a tattoo. Awesome. Very neat. Oh, folks, I spoke with Tally, and we're going to work on updating the merch line here soon. We're going to be looking into updating with the new ladies' fashions and stuff that they're offering on Stream Elements for the merch store. We have some good pieces up right now, but we're going to overhaul the merch store and add new designs in. So the designs that are up right now, once we come up with the new ones and get them up, the designs that are up in the store right now will no longer exist. Right. Nice. Like a car show? All right. Nice. I hope you do get to go tomorrow. That sounds like fun.
Darkness shall consume light. Your light shall burn no more.
Fair enough. Well, I'm glad you're going to get some time with family. That's important. Did I ask before what games you play currently? Gotcha. I mentioned Minecraft as well. If my memory serves correctly from the other night. Uh-oh, I got shrunk. Fair enough. And that's the beauty of it. You're not required to talk to them. Because I'm sorry, but some of those voice chats can be downright toxic and mean. And that's horrible. They shouldn't be. People should not be rude to one another. I really don't like that. There. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Got him. Fair. Fair enough. Not enough. I hate when I get nose itches. You have returned. In this, at least, fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. Pleases me to inform you that Vidifnir has accepted Sir Emmeric's invitation. She has. These are glad tidings indeed. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Ah, is he otherwise engaged? Aye, sleeping off a knife to the gut. Well, I found someone nice because I had someone basically bullying, just like calling me names, and my other teammate helped me out. I'm glad the other person stepped in and helped you. What happened? Will he live? Jurgens tell me he will make a full recovery, but had Lord Edmund and Lord Arturiel not been on hand when the assassin struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. We've been doused in the fires, but for every one we put out, it seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the berm. It is plain these fires were started by the assassin's conspirators. Until they have been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Would you help us find them? Then let us be about it. Flames are spreading. We must needs begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found. Suspects must be identified. Have you been able to determine the precise locations where the fires were set? Mayhap there is a pattern. If there is, we have yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city, in both the pillars and foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Master Alphino and Mistress Justola, I would have you take charge of the investigation and foundation. I think you did because I normally can't help myself. I guess you could say because I'll just sit there with my mic muted and or just apologize 100 times. Oh, I'm so sorry. As you wish. Mayhap Totoro can be assistance as well? Meaning Cornell and me get the pillars. Oh, they'll like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogue strike and oppose over there be joining us? Thancred, of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. And may I say, what a pleasure it is to meet you too, my lady. I'll bet. The name's Hilda, the Scion, eh? And there I was thinking I'd found a fellow ruffian amongst all these illustrious personages. I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately. That is all. While we could begin by sifting through charred rubble and questioning random passerby, in my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. Oh, aye, the infamous Lord Emmeline de Fortem, lover of women and wine, though neither care for him that much. They say he could gossip for Ishgard. Just the sort of fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestion, Cornell. He'll be at the Crozier, most likely, making an effort to be seen, so let's go and see him. Grizzled, I will accept, but old. Actually, since I'm here, I don't just yell or be mean to my teammates. That's good. That makes you the better person. Well, well, if it isn't Cornell, dearest of all my friends, you're looking rather glum. Something the matter, old boy? Ah, yes, the arsons. Dreadful business, that. And awfully curious, wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames, after all. Oh, in case you were wondering why the Hopland is awash with refugees, the lower levels of the vault have been opened to those unfortunate souls who have lost their homes. Sir Emmerich's orders. From what I hear, remarkable man, not even a knife in the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old boy, if you were thinking of questioning the refugees, I should be more than happy to accompany you to the Hopland. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. Wait a moment. I know what that is. You're giving me one of your looks, aren't you? You do me an injustice, old boy. I will have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. Since you remain unconvinced. Very well. If it will help to prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now run along and catch those arsonists. It was not entirely what I hoped for. Whose idea was it to come here again? Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees in the Hopland, Cornell, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in an unfamiliar city by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. Streamer I was worried about yesterday. I found out she is fine, just taking a break from Twitch. Good, I'm glad to hear it. My brothers and sisters, there is food and shelter enough for all in the Basilica. Alone's blessing be upon you, Father. I confess we were not sure if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop and Sir Emmerich and the Dravanians. Trust in your heart, brother, and pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. Do you require succor as well, sir? So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good. This madness has gone on far too long. Would that I could do something to aid you in your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. Man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and then there was smoke everywhere. And it was so hot I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm is getting better after all. Ours was one of the first homes to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbors shouting that I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we would do. I don't know if that fall will kill me. We're about to find out. It hurt a good deal. Ah, there you are. Anything to share? We will require more than the muddled testimony of a traumatized girl if we are to identify the culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires, including one near St. Remold's Cathedral and another near the Tribunal. For a mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. Some might say they were spared by the grace of the Fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on the two occasions when their target was a bastion of Ishgardian orthodoxy. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give one cause to wonder. Alphino will doubtless have an opinion. Do, do, do. Do-do-do. All right, let's head down here and see what we can find. Can't drop down there. I would fall straight through. Violence will avail you not, sir. Ah, Cornell. I was just about to summon you. As you can see, we have detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to the eyewitnesses, he was also present before the fires broke out. No, it would not end well. We wished to have words. He did not, so we insisted. Let me go, damn it! You got the wrong man! My, but you reek of oil. And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose. But tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile. Look at me. Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped the leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you. But then, these highborn types really do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you rabid and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks! He's the one who told me to keep going. Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I'd left it behind, tried to, with all my heart, said my prayers every day, like a good man. But he came to me. He came to me! And there you have it, Hilda. Would you be so kind as to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind if he's limping when he gets there. Kick his ass, Hilda. That was incredible, Thancred. But how did you know he would confess? Well, I have seen his like before. A troubled soul, manipulated by men of power, and wielded as a weapon. I cannot be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it worth the risk. And if our captive had called your bluff? Must we entertain hypotheticals? The world as it is vexing enough. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, we have at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. I think it best that we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. Probably Monday. Monday night. Tomorrow's my father-in-law's birthday, so I'll be out for his celebrating. Around 9 p.m. Eastern Time. On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, I thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak. and we fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned his master. He will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Thank you. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Attrell. Are you come to see your father? He is attending Sir Emmerich in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring this salve. Then do not let me detain you, and thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Would that I could do more. My lord Atriel did not seem to be in the best of spirits. 'Tis little wonder, Master Alphino, his father is widely slandered, and his half-brother not yet cold in the grave. I want to open that. Recommended gear. Only 3 pieces were better. Oh, we'll get another one. Aiming, healing, casting. So we'll be taking this. Shield. Not that we use it. And a widened up Husfont.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Nope, nope.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Far too many to count.
He should be resting.
Lord Commander,
Handsome man that he is.
A healing well. Thank you. Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond. They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish...
Alright, have a great night, Moon Moochie. Thank you very much for dropping in, and sleep well. And I will make sure to get enough sleep here in a little bit.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these military...
God's Angel, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the couch.
I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Of course.
We are in your debt.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel. To arms, then, friends. Time is against us.
God's Angel, where did you find us? On which channel? I'm curious. Trovo? Well, thank you very much. How are you doing tonight? I think you're only our second follower over on Trovo. Good to hear. Oh, wrong way. Well, I am Cornell Crits, mostly known as Midlife Crits on other platforms. Trovo is one of our newest ventures for trying different platforms. I was streaming Trovo and also stream Final Fantasy 14. Awesome. How far along in the, or how long have you been playing 14? I'm very new to it. This is my first character. Nice. I'm a convert over from WoW. Yeah, a lot of people are with everything that's going on right now with WoW. And with Blizzard in general. Which is sad for me, because that's where I got my start as a content creator. But they've got to fix what they've been doing wrong.
Down with you!
It is. I've really been enjoying it. Crystal. Goblin. Nice. Summonard. Put your arms and release the hostage, or show mercy. I give you my word. Ha! The words of a heretical kinslayer. Trust a drag. Activate the knights. We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the archbishop. You, sir, I'm a man who received the fury judgment. So it would be a trial then, Lord Treo. Cornell, leave us and save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simeonard. What class do you enjoy playing the most? I'm on WoW. I played Paladin and Death Knight, and a good friend of mine from college who got me into playing recommended Gunbreaker to me as something I would like. There they are. Nice! That's awesome. Congratulations. That's an accomplishment. The path I took to Gunbreaker was Gladiator and Paladin. Strength is almost spent, Cornell. We must go to his aid at once. Nice. I'm thinking of trying Dark Knight eventually. Because to me it kind of seems similar to Death Knight as far as what little bit I've seen of it. But Gunbreaker is one of the most OP tanks, from what I understand, or am I misunderstanding that? Hey, we haven't rescued all the refugees. Oh, I'm gonna fail this. Dang it, I left one tied up over there. Come on. Uh-oh. Yeah. Thought that was gonna happen. Well, I know for this next run through it. Oops. It happens. I'm hoping Trovo turns into a platform for me. I'm not sure how many VTubers there are on Trovo, so... That's awesome. I've only had one other person visit my channel on Trovo so far, and that's and then you as well. He wanted to give the currency on Trovo, but I don't have enough followers and stuff yet.
with you!
That's awesome of you. Yeah, I've been streaming for about 5 years now. On YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. I still run my YouTube channel. I'm looking forward to it. I already have it reserved. Alright, let's go save these people this time. Awesome to hear. I'm looking forward to it. I've purposely been avoiding any of the cutscene or anything like that for it, because I watch each cutscene for the expansions as I reach them. Awesome. I really look forward to it. Cool. Streaming for me now, especially, is kind of what I do. I'm waiting on disability from having long haul COVID, and I'm working with a few hours here and there a week for a small group that's just getting their start in using therapy or geek culture for therapy sessions, like D&D and stuff like that. I'm their content manager. I do video editing for them and manage their live streams and the like. Alright, let's go rescue the lost child.
Where is he? Where is he?
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Come no closer!
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest.
It is awesome.
Godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
Oh no. Is Venom Fear gonna catch her? Yep. That's awesome. The Great Lady Dragon saving a child.
What? But I...
Vidafne!
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment?
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Perfect way to start a piece. Have the dragon save a kid.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee. I bear a message from my sire.
From Bracefelder.
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt. Fare you well, mortals.
That was cool.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers? After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for a lasting peace with the Jovanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of Horsefort in you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Lord Edmund.
This has been a day of justice, has it not? 'Tis but a pity Vidofnir could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well timed scarcely does it justice, but one moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray that the Ishgardians who yet harbor doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Emmerich's words. 'Tis only meet that I inform Totoro of what has occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be at Fort Hump's Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Totoro would never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. A moment, Cornell. I wish a word. Tell me, does Thrankid seem well to you? So you sense it too. A subtle change, imperceptible to most. I myself did not notice it at first, but upon closer examination, I saw that his etheric flow had been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect his ability to manipulate ether has been compromised. Simply put, Thrankid may no longer be able to wield magics. Pardon me for a second. Had to wipe off my face. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, greatly prolonging his journey. And when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, may well have seemed more sensible to wait. But this is still little more than speculation. Until I have proof, pray speak no word of it. Right then, I should be on my way. Creel may have charmed Master Matoya for now, but who can say how long it will last?
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Yes, player. You're building a base. Go kill the enemies.
You might have left.
Interesting.
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue. But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house.
Uh-oh.
Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince houses Durandare and Zemail.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
Knight lives to serve.
You sound just like him. Aye, I suspect that is what Horchefon would have said. To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You were a brother to Horchefon. Will you be a brother to me as well? Come, Manelaine. There's much to be done. For father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard. To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
Give me 1 second. I'm looking at something. Gotcha. I'm adding a filter real quick that'll make it that the game will lower in volume when I speak. Okay, so now we'll just see how it does. And it does. Look at that. It lowered the volume. It is a truth long forgotten, a tale of the beginning and of the path we have been set upon. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. Let me know how it sounds. It's working on you. Ah, Yida. Papalayo. Well, everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. It will be bloody. By Ralger, it had better be. We cannot stay here forever, Yida. We have other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I'm aiming to fulfill them. every one. All right, so now it should cut. Yeah, see, now it lowers itself when I start talking. That's awesome. As it once was. Alphino, Cornell, I've been looking all over for you. Ooh. We received news regarding Lamin, Warrior Boulder, and Coltonet. Really? Has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned of the Scion's good name had been restored, they boarded the next ship bound from Limonsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. And you don't mind being spied on. Quite. But what wonderful news. To think that our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Alphino. Ah, Thrankit and Krill. What brings the two of you here? Krill and I have been looking into how we might track down Minfilia. And we may just have found the answer. Cornell, when you were fleeing Da with Minfilia, you said that Heidelin spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, I see no reason to suspect that it is not. It seems reasonable to conclude that Heidelin commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, this is still quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, must surely leave some residual trace, a lingering disturbance in the ether, or a ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found. The battleground where Cornell felled the Ultima weapon. And the site of my personal whatever that word is. 'Twas there that Heidelin intervened to shield him from the magic I invoked. Krill and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the aether therein. The two of you, alone? I have a proven knack for subterfuge, and I am confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Krill while the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Cornell come along, who will see to Flemin's grand homecoming? You put it like that. Very well, I'll trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find Minfilia, but it will at the very least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Totoro and I will return to the Rising Stones and make preparations for our comrades' return. Might I impose upon you to meet them at the Liminson docks? Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. haven't been to Monza in a long time. This way. God, that was off key. I'm so sorry to put that in your guys' ears. Fireworks! I guess it is some sort of fair is going on right now. Cornell, how have you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Thank the 12. One hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. I worried about you all every day. We wouldn't have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Totoro found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hannish vessel. Awesome. How hard is it to get? Pained us not being there when you needed us most. But we made the most of it, didn't we, Colinet? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust. And with the vast distance. But those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. Huh, I may have to try it out. Maybe that's what I'll do on Monday night's stream. God's Angel, in your opinion, start talking, is the lowering in the game volume noticeable? Does it make my voice still come through clear? What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Forgive me, I'm sure you are doing everything in your power to find her. As Thrankid must be. He watched over her from the first, long before me, and he'll watch over her to the last. Thank you. I shall pray for her safe return, and busy myself in the meantime. For certainty, there is much and more to be done. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. It's an effect that I've been wanting to remember how to do, and I finally remembered it. Aye, that's the spirit. To the Scions and long overdue reunion. Huzzah! Well, there you have it. To the Rising Stones. Can't wait till the memory foam seat cushion I am supposed to get it comes in. Ugh. I love my Secret Labs chair,
I believe we are ready
but it's hard on the butt, man.
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out.
Sorry, I'm fiddling with my mic. Okay, does not like that position. I might have to tighten the tension screw on this thing. On my boom arm. I want to set it up.
Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
She's feisty.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every scion's. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
Should be a giant crater, though, in that spot. Unless they already built back up over it. And I apologize for the choppiness of the stream, God's Angel. I neglected to double check if there was a Windows update to download for Windows 11 preview. And so that's sitting in the background waiting to install, which is causing lag, of course, on the stream, as far as my frame rates. But that will be a thing of the past come Wednesday, when I get the card I won. Feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us, just beyond those doors. Friends and family with whom we have shared so much. God's help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. The polar bear lies. Of course it does. Actually, I need to activate my wind-up muscle power. Lane, Ifimi, it fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy, and what of Higiri? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. It just wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. Ah, we could do with more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions brings a bloody tear to the eye. That was a belch, not a hiccup. Oh well. To secret oneself in a ship's hold, secure safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we know all too well. When they are well rested, I should like to seek a formal introduction. Why wait, my friend? Come. There is no need to be shy. Pray, grant me a moment longer, at least. Though I am happy to oblige you, my legs are rather less accommodating. Well, sure. What in the seven hells drove my little brother to come to Mordona? Why you, brother? You and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained, that I might grow as strong as you, that I might fight alongside you. Yet now that you are here, I sense that you have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me you trained with the Hanesh, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive, brother. I have studied the trials of the braves, drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. Glad though I am to be home, I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. Once we have settled in, I will join the search. Good to see everyone back home. It has been so long since I've seen them all like this. Too long. It was the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing, others whom we cannot forsake. Well, find them, Alphino. I know we will. Minfilia, Yida, Papalimo, every last one. And when they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. Alphino is eager to return to the search for Minfilia. Bracken and Creole contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that their foray into Castrum Meridium bore fruit. They ask that we rendezvous with them in Ystola in Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. That rhymed nicely, actually. That was cute. I definitely like being able to travel around like that. That's nice. My apologies. I see I am the last to arrive. So what news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether at the scene of the Ultima weapon's destruction. A ripple at odds with the preceding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, where I believe Heidelin shielded me with the blessing of light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Sildi aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Eidolon, there is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Ystola used flow, it appeared that not 2 but 3 beings had been infected. Yet unlike Ystola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and then not there. Now recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in the sea of ether. Though this, too, is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that when communing with Eidolon, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Eidolon interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Ystola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Eidolon may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Eidolon guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her, body and soul, unto the ethereal sea? In which case, we must needs continue our search there, for a blessing. The means to do so already exists. I speak of the Antitower, shoreline construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian. On the contrary, old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Antitower? I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. You better show up with a gift this time. What if the game is suffering from a DDoS attack? I had heard that was happening. Alright. Must be nice to be able to fly. Pardon me. Goodness. Oh, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry to the Anti-Tower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the Ethereal Sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? Tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the Anti-Tower was sealed save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Montoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Menphilia. Well, see about that. Cornell can go. Take the magicless rogue, too, if you like. He's no use to me. The rest of you will stay and work. And I'll hear no argument. Those are my terms. Oh, and I should be delighted to accompany you. Lead the way, Cornell. Answer, no. Your etheric flow has been compromised. Do not deny it. To venture into an environment so thick with ether, so close to the ethereal sea, would be to risk further impairment, or worse. But Menphilia could be in there, waiting for us. And you could die. And for what? If she is waiting beyond, Cornell will find her. Trust in him. Have faith. Damn it all. Bring her back to us. Ah, it's a duty. Anti-Tower. Isn't that cool looking? Woo, that's trippy. gonna be a trippy one. Go. Zuro Rogo. I'm a frickin' frog. Mix. Alright. This is very odd. Reminds me of Karazhan a little bit. Alright, sorry for being quiet. I'm just focusing on the fights. I'm also getting sleepy, so this is probably going to be it for me after this one. Calcabrina. Adorable dolls, terrible dolls, yip, ho ho. Got her. And who's pulling the strings? Before I could give out commendations.
Hear, feel, think.
Eidolon.
Through time and space, hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst. We are the word of the Mother. We, who were once called Minfilia.
How can I get to take her back?
Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Hydaelyn guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think. Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one. But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound. In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final. The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
feel about that. That's not cool.
Thank the 12! Did you find her? Did you find Minfilia?
The word of the mother? I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait! No. No, this is all wrong.
I'm kind of sad about that. I liked Minfilia. She's not coming back, is she? I know that. I do. To give all of for her beliefs was ever her way. So will we, as we must. What greater calling could there be than to stand against the darkness as defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice, the loss. must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones, especially Fulhamen. I will brief Totoro on what we have learned, as well as Urangier. He may have insight into what the word told us. As for you, Cornell, after all you have done, I would say you have earned a rest. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Emmerich while you were away. It would seem he is planning a ceremony of some sort, and would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit. Ah, Master Kritz, the Lord Commander left instructions that you were to be shown inside.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire, but if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change. "'Tis nothing. 'Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead." I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. It would not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all. Oh, and one more thing. A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
And off we go to Falcon's Nest. Lord Commander said you would come, Cornell. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. The seals of relief will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to see it finished schedule. Sir Emmerich wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the result. It was not my war, but I made it mine. To see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I am rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go rest, I will not keep you. You would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend this ceremony, you may meet Lords Eretriel and Emmeline, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you would excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. You know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Emmerich was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And he's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it by the Fury. Me and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with dragons, but with all them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand, we've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragon fire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past. So hearing that we're close to reconciliation comes as great a... I can talk. It's getting late, so talking is hard. As they say. I am glad to see that the rumors were true. Well met, Master Kurtz. And fear not, I have no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidofnir may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you had told me that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. And here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. Ha! And here I am, laboring to make it so. Lord Artoil, if I may? Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority were willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me. They would defy Sir Emmerich's commands. They dare attack Vidafinir. It will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a lord of House Fortem's present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Eminel while I'm away? As you know, he has ever been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty, a simple but honorable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long. Emmeline is less than his usual effervescent self. I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy, guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Artrell thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers, yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guest to be devoured by wolves, oh no. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if I may? Right, there. Those are the points our scouts marked for patrol. I will leave you to it, old boy. Come, Honoré. I must return to my rounds. Oh dear. Do be careful, my lord. It's almost like it says once more a favor, and I'm thinking to myself, once more with feeling. Oh, pardon me. Taken down. Just one more nest. Or one more den, I guess. Alright, let's report to him. Cornell crits, Wolf's Bane. It pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds. That all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confessed? Clever, that. Thancred, was it? He was asking for you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. Yet, yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. Alright, let's go find Thancred. Great, it is down there. Fancy meeting you here, Cornell. 'Twas fortunate I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let us return to Falcon's Nest, then, and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. Ah, and there they are. A pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms, reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there is naught left to do but enjoy our well-earned respite. Oh, and this should, of course, go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Arterel wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead, Quenil. I will join you anon. Something doesn't feel right. Something really doesn't feel right. This is not going to go well, I think.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment. Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks. Afraid food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
Uh-oh. She drugged me.
You were right, mother. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest? After all you've done, I'd say you've earned it. Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
Damn it. I knew something didn't feel right.
This was never your fight.
Oh no. Oh no.
My son. They told me he walks in Hallone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it? Are we the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do. Makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen.
Oh?
They...
Oops. Insurrection, basically.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping. Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember, your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward. This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by dragon's fang, or death by nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear.
Oh, crap.
I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
Okay, who shot the second one?
What have you done?
I only did as you ordered, my lord.
Oh, no.
I gave no such order! I did not! I never meant for anyone to...
Oh, it just got bad. dare say that could have not been played out any worse, given that the first commander and Lord Arturiel are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with a messenger who said that they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Letterman has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak to the people. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The shurikens tended to our bruises afterwards. These mad fools have ruined everything, and for what? Wrong to resort to violence. When I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough, that their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it, or will there be others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I don't know if I even can. I'd heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have run of the Falcon's Nest? I say him and Sir Emmerich take their bloody change and shove it up their arses. I'll not be taken in by that rot again. Great. Well, what say you? So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Lord Attrell and this first commander should have returned by now. To the tavern, then. The first order of business will be to speak to Lord Eminem, and I somehow doubt he has moved an ilm since last we saw him. My apologies, Cornell. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we do now? Or what do we know? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Lord Emmeline ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well. By the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives. For the time being, at least. Shurikens are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protest, the people seem disillusioned. You spoke with them then? I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we've come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before, and we will do so again. We can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, and this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Cornell, would you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Get up, Emmeline. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come, Honore. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him in some time. Honore? Honore, I could have sworn he was...
Onawa! No, no! What have they done to you? Onawa! Onawa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Onawa?
Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Kairoujian without delay.
Irugin.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
I think he just knocked him out.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
May have overreacted, but it needed to be done. It was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is naught to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this, but he... I have no desire to wait for the lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. You are expected, sir. Pray proceed. Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, Cornell. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. 'Tis rumored that my youngest's lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? See, so that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away? Is it any wonder that they were left bereft? What was this sacrifice? Have we not to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmund, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it? Aye, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorying in their excesses. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other disillusioned souls to retrace them. But, as you say, we dare not revel in the past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy and an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve as well, I fear. Yet we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen the ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies, a unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, a victory under such circumstances would serve as a reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true. But if we should be defeated, though, even to hold our own against the cream of three nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well, you may count on my support, for what little it's worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Emmeline take part in the grand melee. By his deeds he has brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Cornell, would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. Alright, and that's where I will stop for tonight. It's late for me. Alright, so thank you so much everybody for tuning in, taking part in the stream. I will see you guys again on Monday night, and we'll continue playing a game. Might be this, might be the original Final Fantasy, I haven't quite decided yet. But I will see you guys Monday night. Take care!